Well, hello there. Let's get stuff squared away here. Got to open a terminal. That's going to be important. We're going to do a little exploration today. Did get a response from the Cogent devs yesterday. And they said I should be able to nest makers. So we're going to try it really quick and see if we run into issues or not, and just kind of expand our knowledge, right? That's going to be the first thing we do. We have a couple other things to think about here as well. We kind of started digging into what we want to do about making modules like dynamically get added into the game manager's knowledge of what things could happen. And we kind of looked at like the packages, or not packages, but plugins library that's in the standard library, which only works on non-Windows boxes, which is kind of I would like to be able to provide it to all platforms. Kind of part of why I like Go, right? Camera's all blurry today. The thing that I want to avoid is that non-compatible decision, right? And make it easy as possible to consume this. So what I'm leaning towards is maybe we can use Go Generate to look into a folder of some kind and make it generate a registration call to everything that's in there. But I think the system needs to be more fleshed out before we do that. So I think we're going to kind of kick that decision down the road a little bit and implement some more stuff first. Right now, the only thing that we have in there is the map, which handles some stuff. But we're going to need other managers in the mix, right? We want to have the game manager telling the characters manager, hey, it's time to run your ticks. And it can run those ticks on the characters async, I think. That shouldn't be a problem. But game manager and the game loop are going to help to keep everything that is synchronous in lockstep, right? I was thinking about some things like speaking being asynchronous, which seems fine. Still, I don't know for sure, but you know. So that's kind of what I'm thinking about. So we'll probably jump into two refactors next after we get done playing with this. We're probably going to do pulling the message broker out of editor, putting it into shared so that we can use that elsewhere. Whether that's in the server or not, I don't know, but it will be in the client. We're going to kind of kick that can down the road a little bit to edit client to use that, but I don't want to maintain two different implementations of the message broker if we can avoid it. So that's one of them, and we need to get the characters running off of the character manager tick instead of their own. Those are the big things. But like I said, first we're going to experiment a little bit with Cogent. So the editor, let's start with status effects since it's the last thing we were in. It's still the freshest in our minds. Main is already open. Widget, when we build this guy, right here, effects section, instead of doing an updater, let me pull up their message here. So they use tree add in their loop that their example is here. So we would do this. We need to do a, well, actually, hang on. This might be the difference now that I think about it. Let's put it around all of these things. And then we can tree add these guys. I'm thinking. Maker func p for a plan. Oh, it's a tree.plan. And then we can do they use tree add, but they also use tree add. I think we're going to do add for this one. And this will be, this needs a name. This will be header. And this is a frame. Right? Oh, this needs to be func. Like so. Let's move this down to the bottom, and we'll kind of just refactor as we go. This is already a tree add. Let's not. Let's just put it here. Why did we do that? Oh, because you're, okay, yeah, your display panel, duh. So this goes into the sidebar. Are we inside sidebar? Yes. Okay, so that's perfect. We do a styler, we do maker. All of this. Goes up in here. But this is W. And then this is W. A little bit more than I thought it would be, but that's fine. And then add at. Got all kinds of crazy. You go over. Oops. Can't type today. Hey, MD, how's it going? And then this goes here, except this is just W, like so. And then we can do a maker for this, I hope. Low IQ person here? Okay. Why do you say that? And then this, in their example, we make a maker. I really feel insecure about my intelligence. Everybody does. Called imposter syndrome. I feel like I don't feel like smart enough. So there's a number of things that happen, right? First of all, usually us in this field and then interested in code in general grow up being the smart kid, right? And we're praised our entire life for being the smart kid. And usually it's just we're kind of a little bit smarter out of the box, right? But as soon as we start to play in the wider world where we're surrounded by smart people, suddenly we're kind of just average. And that really can mess with your brain, right? And you have to like actually put forth effort to do and to learn and to get to the same level as somebody else. And because they've put in that effort in that field or that realm, that interest, right? So that can kind of mess with us. And we all have our unique sort of blend of things we focused on too, right? And then the other thing that can happen is that you don't see that effort among other people. You don't see how they struggled to learn that thing or whatever else. And so it's easy just to assume, well, everybody else is much smarter than me because you didn't see that happening. And then, you can also get sort of like a competitive environment where people get defensive and feel like they need to belittle other people because they're feeling the same thing and they got to fight back to hold their status, right? Is it common among software engineers? Yes. Very common. Until you enter an arena of like-minded engineers, yeah. Okay, so we've added you and we're doing a maker for you. In their example, we do our loop here, like so. And then for each of these guys, we do a tree add at. And I'm hoping I'm not misinterpreting this terribly, but we'll find out. This is P, and then we do let's sprintf this. And then this is I. And we do, this can still be W, but it will be a new, it'll be an item button. It'd be a new version of our shiny custom widget here. And then we can do w.setText. I can actually just grab this. And we do all of these inside of our add at. We adjust that. Just that. This is also W. And then I think we still need the update for this, but that comes after. Except for, actually, we might not need to do this. Let's take it out for now, because it might just stick because we're not killing the list of children anymore. And then I'm just going to leave that hit there in case we need to pull anything else up out of that. It's our effect list, and then we need to add our footer. core frame, like so. This becomes styler. Actually, I think I just copied all of that. Getting ahead of myself. There we go. And then in here, we can do a maker for the footer. Add at p, add button, and this is a core.button. Hello to you too. And then this just becomes W. Same with this. And we're going to need this as well. Get all of that pulled up there. Got our on click. So this all should be able to go away. In theory. And I'm missing, oops. Let's see here. This is the sidebar. So that's accurate. Just deleted one too many of them. Let's see what this is real quick. Nothing important right now. Let's run this and see if we have completely borked everything. Or if we're good. Not a game dev. Hey, me neither. But I'm here for Go. I love the language. Me too. Me too. Okay. Appears to be working correctly. If I add a new, what do you know? Our selecting isn't working, but that's okay. This is not an insurmountable problem. This feels like the much more correct way to do this. Hey, finally caught you live. I've been following along while working on my Evenia mod. I have mad respect for you. Hey, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Evenia. That's the Python engine, right? Okay, selecting. If we don't need to do this anymore. Ah, we were already leading them. Okay. Awesome. What's the goal for today? Oh crap. That deleted too many things. We do need to delete the children of the display frame. We're experimenting with trying to get this done in a more correct way to get these the buttons added dynamically. After that, if this goes well, we'll put it into a branch. We're kind of just experimenting right now. And then we will do the same for the status effects because they have a similar problem that we need to fix. And then we'll probably start pulling the message broker out of editor and put it into shared so we can use it elsewhere and not maintain multiple message brokers. And then we want to pull, right now characters are maintaining their own ticks for status effects, and we don't want that. We want that to be driven by the game manager. So we're going to do that. And that's going to be like a collaboration. Basically, the game manager should tell the character manager, hey, it's time to run ticks, or a tick has happened. And then character manager will probably try to async it to all of the active characters. Hello, how are you? I'm all right. How about you? But we'll kind of have to noodle around with that and see kind of what makes more sense and make sure that we go in a correct direction with that. It's just, it seems like we want to keep things more in sync. That's just kind of what my gut is telling me as I started to review things. And that might simplify things as well. A little bit, kind of, ish. Oh, we need to... Okay, I think I get the idea. Cool. When we clicky, you need to, set selected to true. No, this is not. It is, okay. This one takes a bool. What is a mud game engine? Well, this is going to blow your mind, but it's a game engine that runs a mud. I did say message broker. Okay, but. That's slightly problematic. Is it same as message brokers like Kafka, for example? Kind of. I'm not using a third-party package, though. It's just an internal message broker that sends message over Go channels. Why don't these, if they're selectable, why don't they get selected when I clicky them without me doing it manually? Code editor am I using? Goland. I don't think I need to update these anymore if I'm doing that, though, either. I have go far. I don't know what that is. Enjoying my boring college life. No girl, no fun, no travel, nothing. I mean, yeah. And sometimes it does be like that. I don't think I can, like, clear selection easily. Can I do... I can do on select. I would still need to know... Let's do a quick debug of the UI, turn on events, sift through all the noise, and see if there's anything, any clues we can get. Event trace. Clicky clicky. Select. Select does happen. Would I just need to turn that off again? I came in here. What if I did that? Let the widget worry about itself if it can grab that event. Ah, okay. The other thing, though, how many times? Well, no, because it knows. It knows it was this. Otherwise, they'd all select right. I would have to do. Um, I could go through all the children of the widget and toggle selection, I suppose. Let's actually just see. Let's see if this actually fires or not, because they're not handled. Am I in Windows? No. Linux. So that doesn't fire because it's happening on the children objects. So we can't do that. We'd have to pass them up, which we could do. I installed support bolts on my brain. Don't you want to say congratulations to me? I don't know. Do I? Use trees to render? I mean, like scene graph. The framework handles rendering. I don't worry about it. The could pass it up. But then we would need to, we'd have to do it up here. Because you talked about children unless we got root nodes. I mean, the scene is the root as far as I'm aware. Works by adding children. I mean, to an extent, yes. Packages am I using to build the engine? The main one is Cogent. That's the UI. Other than that, mostly standard library. I have a package for WebSockets, and that's pretty much it. The position of widgets absolute to window or relative to parent container. I don't worry about the positioning. It's entirely handled by the framework. I worry about just using the framework to put them in places. We have a focus lost event that's built in. I don't know if that ever fires though. Layout is declarative like CSS Flexbox and such. Kind of. It takes some of that, yes. Close happened on everything. So here we would have to do what can I get out of wish you good luck, man. Cool, thanks. Appreciate you. Um let's see. I would love if you make this open source. I'll sponsor domain and hosting for the website. I mean, I don't know. I would like to get it out there in some way, shape, or form, right? I just don't know how I want to do that yet. That's a problem for me when I have the thing working at a level that makes sense, right? Still early days. Um, the we'd have to do can walk down the nodes of the parent. What was the other thing that we did? Start focus. I suspect it's because select isn't really supposed to be used like this. It's probably supposed to be used more like for checkboxes and stuff. So there wouldn't normally be like a case for deselecting without a manual intervention, right? I think that's what my main problem is. But you look here real quick. Which links am I using again? Right now, Pop OS for this box. Here. On change on. Okay, so on this case, we'd have to do. we'd have to do as widget, the parent handle event. And we could probably get away with just doing this like that. In theory. Right. Oh, yeah. And then would select fire up. It would fire up. Okay. So we could do look at the docs for this. For the events, because there was something to do with, and I hope it's in the docs, but might not be though. Concepts, events. You might have had to reverse engineer it from the drag drop, actually, come to think of it. But there was a way to get more stuff out by type asserting the event. Let's see, we could look at the map tiles in both cases. Look at room tile. Events.drag drop. Because the event is interface, but a drag drop event has more stuff. Events. Pull this over. Type, drag drop. Sequence source state. Buttons? My concern is that if I just blindly, but let's try it before we get too out of off in the bunny trails here. I think there's a 4 widget children we can do. Um, 4 widget children. Widget base bool. I don't know if I want to do that. And your children. Times from children update change. We did this. It's not a function. That's why it's just property. And these are node base specifically. So we would have to do this also be range. And I don't think I care about this because they're pointers as widget child set selected false. My suspicion is that this is going to clear everybody because it will end up happening after. But let's find out for sure. Hi, how's your day? It's all right so far. How about you? Oh, no. I'm not sure if I want to rely on that, though. That seems like sketchy behavior, right? But it does work. And it does clean up a lot of this. And this could even get the delete put into it so that I don't have to remember to do it every time, because if I want to set the display item, I probably want to delete whatever's in there and replace it. I wish, I mean, I could raise a custom event here that had my index in me. Then it's a good day. Good to see that you've created a Discord server. Yeah, it's been up for a little bit now. It's there for, I had a couple people that asked about one early on, and I didn't have one at the time. I finally just gave in. Decided that I should just offer all of the ways to interact, and people can pick and choose which things they use, right? And whatever makes them happy. We can be all in those places. I'm going to ask them about it, whether or not this is a stupid idea. I'm still going to do it unless they tell me no. Or unless they tell me it is a stupid idea. But I'm going to ask them. Want to visually style the selected one as selected, but only the selected one have that wired up to the selected state. But I have that wired up to the selected state. In the widget itself on selected, widget itself on the widget itself, I use the on select listener to set the state to true. Then in the parent widget, I pass up the on select event and have the parent go through its children, setting their selected state to false. This all works, but I worry that it's a silly idea, possibly prone to race conditions. Am I right to be worried? Is this a dumb idea? Should I do a different thing? There we go. Chuck that into the void for some feedback. So let's go ahead. We're gonna stash this really quick. I'm not gonna do it there. I'm gonna do it here. Clean up. Whatever, it's fine. Clean up button lists in. Just clean up button lists. That's fine. Pop that. Add it. Commit it. Switch to maker in the status effects widget. Push that up. Did Twitch fall over? I think Twitch fell over. Cool, cool, cool. Love that for me. I don't see a ton of drop frames, though, which is weird. I don't know if that one's on me or Restream. Anywho. Make sure everything's happy. All right. Seems like we're back in action. Let's go ahead and I think we're done with that. And check these over here just in case we need to refer back to anything. And we'll do the skills and attributes lists here. Yoink. Double check. Yeah, okay. This will be a little hairier to pull out, but... So here we listen to on change from detail pane. Which we do here as well. We just pulled it out. Okay, that's fine. Toggle active. Yeah, that lives there still. Header label, body. This we can do in a maker. Add at p you're a frame. You go in there. Then helps if we get all the characters. Left plane will need a maker as well. This is a frame. This becomes W styler. That in there. And then pane item list. Should be a header. Oh no, we put it in the middle. Okay, yeah, that's right. So we add at you can get scooched down here. We can just put you into the footer, that's fine. Now, detail pane is a thing. You still go inside of this plan. I compare myself to experts without putting in the time. I feel foolish. I need to commit more and stop expecting quick results at anything. I mean, yeah, we actually kind of just talked about that. And the imposter syndrome, right? Okay, so we should be able to add at here. Except for you're not that, you're an item details. And then that line goes away. For now, this will get scoochied up. But some of this is going to have to get moved. That's fine. I don't have list to update anymore. We'll comment you out because we might not need you. Detail pane is going to need a maker. It's on change for now, can live out there. Wait, no. I lied. Your detail pane. We did this in a really funky way. This goes in footer. And it's because of our references that we had you. It's okay, we'll fix that in a second. This needs to come out of here. This all needs to get commented for a second. Okay. So. We're going to do similar to what we did over here, ultimately. But for now, let's get these just commented. What do you think, what could be the size of the engine as of now? What do you mean size, like file size, or? I don't want to do that. Just going to comment that line. All this line, matter of fact. While I rip and tear things apart and put them back together again. So the item list here is what needs the maker. Size of the project. I still don't really know what you mean. Like file size, or like what metric for size? You can measure size of a thing in a lot of different ways. Okay, so we need to do the same thing we did here in a for loop. In here, this maker. That's item list. That's fine because it's used for both kinds of things. Gigabytes or megabytes? It is 5.3 megabytes, right? Meow. But we have some extra stuff like our draw IO files in here. tree add at, which is what we did here, right? We need to do this in the loop, I believe. Let me just make sure I'm in the right. Yeah, so we did exactly. So in this case, we went through available items kind of the same way, data manager. We add at, we use I. We can sprintf this item I, and you are item tile is what we called you. And then we need basically all of this. Like so, except for this is W. This is W. Don't really want that yet, but this can come out. We already know that. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Widgets. We shouldn't need those anymore. What is still using these? Bunch of stuff in here still. Defer saving the items, that's fine. Do that. So we need to do the same thing we did here where we have a set display frame. Here we called it data struct. Wait a minute. Detail pane, sorry. So let's do that. I think we had to track you, right? Yeah, we get a reference to you, which makes sense. Let's do that. And then when we create you, how do we do this over here? Let's keep it kind of samey same. Yeah, we just create you and then set you. Perfect. W. Nice stream. Thanks. Appreciate you. Ooh, except for you're in item details. You're not. Because we put item details into you. But I don't think that's a big deal. We can put you in a frame. Oops. And then a lot of this gets moved down to, okay, so we'll use the same name. Data struct, in this case, We do message broker. It's a list item. Because this widget does both, right? Makes sense. This, we do the same thing. Delete the children, because we're resetting this frame if we're calling this. Most of this needs to come down. New item details in the display frame. Set the message broker to that. Why did we do that instead of just setting you... You have a data struct. I think it's because we need to pull you out, right? No, we have set data struct. Okay. Message broker, message broker. Because right, because we need to pull out we needed to get data over the bus for the message broker, message bus for the different things we can modify or be based on. Okay, so we should do the same thing here. Set data struct to the thing we get in, except for, right, your pointer, very important. We'll do the same thing we've done over here, basically. This goes away. We'll do the same thing here. Well, no, that's not true. We still need to go through them, but no, we don't have to go through them. In here, we're in this event. So we can get rid of this loop. I think we need to track this. Because you're a list item, that's why we did this. Okay. But we can still do... We can just call that directly. So we're inside this item detail. which has a delete flag, delete property. Delete item. And over here, our delete item is similar. Item is a list item. Get the ID. So if it's a list item, we can just feed this data struct. We need to dereference it though. Let's do this really quick. Get you out of here, little viewbot spammer. Don't know why that isn't deleting. Might just be my chat. Yeah, okay, it's been deleted. Cool. Anywho, like I was saying, this out of the way. So we do the same thing like so. Does it make sense to... It's probably fine. Probably no big deal. I shouldn't need to do that. Because we update data manager. I shouldn't need to do that. We do want to do that. And we don't need that. Because we're going to else here. We'd have to... If we're not going to get... If we're not going to be using the pointer, let's just do that. And then our add item over here, we had to make you smarter, right? Where, yeah, okay. So add item, if we do the same thing here. If it already exists, then we just update it. Except for this is get ID. This is get ID. Oops. Just like that. Because we don't know where we are here in terms of if it's new or not. And instead of tracking it, we'll just be smart about adding it. It's either a new thing or an updated thing, or it's the same, but either way it's fine. We do that, do all that. And then we do need to save. That, like so. this will look the same. Save items. Message snack bar. I'm happy with that still. Pretty happy to have all of that be the same. And then we'll do an update. And I shouldn't need this actually in either place. Oh, we do need that because this is all in the on change. This is just, in general, after we add a thing, we do need to update that frame. That makes sense. So that should reproduce this behavior pretty much. I think that takes care of some of that. This needs to be, this still exists. Oops. That still is good. This is still good. I don't know that making this... Yeah, we error checked that. That's fine. Return if there is an error otherwise. Set display frame to the new item. Set handled. That'll put it over there. Won't add it to the thing. It'll get added if it's saved. This is all good. We don't need this. We need similar behavior to here. For both of these things. So, if we're active, that's fine. It's just a safety check. Yeah, it's just the same. It's set display frame to data manager, available items at index I. That's all we need now. And this, we can just do that still. We'll still handle this up. No problem there. Up here. Do the same thing here. Samey same. As widget. Child. Set selected. False. We just need to go in to item tile now. And active is still a thing. And this ties into all this other stuff. Like that. And then I think we're good. Let's find out. See if I missed anything. Probably. Which has action my report. Excellent. Okay. Well, this over. Skills and attributes. Our active didn't get set, and this is no longer stretched. But not terrible. Toggle active. Because we're not using tile widgets anymore. That we can do this down here where we make the item list. Actually, let's call it that. Call it item frame. We can do it here, like so. And then we go range through the children. And we do that. We do as widget child set act. Ooh. We can't do that. I mean, they are widgets, but we'd have to type assert that. We'd have to type assert it after. And that might be problematic. Widget base on the left. Gotcha. Okay. So we'd have to do and then we'd have to do on interface type widget base on the left. Can I just directly type assert? Finished adding encryption to my note-taking app, kinda pog. Awesome. That's totally rad. Okay, now. Yes, good. We just need to fix our styling now. Fantastic. And you used to live you have this. I just need to, I think, grow. How do we do it over here? It's a little different, but yeah, we just grow. So we need to do basically the same thing here. We set the state. That's fine. We do need that still. We can just hide the parent. But we also just need to tell you to grow. And then let the widget style itself within that space. Yes, good. Let's do add a new. Oops. Okay, it doesn't get set on creation. The whatchamadealio doesn't get set. That's okay. We can overcome that. Let's also just double check. Yes, that's still working. Delete. Also still working. Fantastic. And that still works. Love that. So when we add a thing, when we build you up here, create you, we set struct, set active to that. Now if we add perfect. Ooh, that didn't get set though. Set struct. Why didn't you get your struct set? Or did you? You just didn't. Okay, it just needs to get updated, I think, after we set that. In item details or item tile, when we set struct, it's in the updater. Set struct doesn't call the updater. Okay. So we need to just come in here and call update when we add it. Yes. Okay. The other thing, you don't get selected. When we save, I bet you we have the same issue. Size effect. Yes. Okay. We just need to tackle that. But let's do a commit here for this refactor. Refactor skills and attributes to use makers instead of deleting children and re-adding. Okay. The save items. Update. We should also do or child range item frame dot children as widget child set selected. Because that's a widget. Crap. Well, actually, this wouldn't exist yet. So that would be a problem. We would have to set, we would have to track the selected item. This one's a string. When we do the maker bit, we'd have to say if that equals that, set selected is true. And then in our on click, we set the display frame. So if we do that, what we can do, we delete the children, selected ID equals that. Think? Let's find out. Now if I add new, yes. Perfect. Okay, so let's do a commit for that. Restore the behavior where a newly added skill / attribute will be selected, will be visually in list on save. We'll do the same thing over here. We have selected ID already. We're not using it. We set it though. Up here, we'll do the same thing. We delete it. Still working on attributes. We're refactoring the structure to be more correct. I'm actually working on status effects over here. Now if I add new, no, you're not, because I forgot to set, duh. I need to come up here. When I build this in the maker, we set the text and then we say if selected ID equals and we can clean this up a little bit just to make sure. Over on the other side, it makes sense to use string because it's an interface. You heard about Reindeer engine? No, I don't think so. Or Ranveer. Yeah, never heard of it. That perfect. Okay. Let's tidy this up a little bit. Because it doesn't make sense to actually tidy up all of this. Let's change to new. Oh, right. Yes. Thought I did a commit for that, though. Oh, okay. I see. We're done in here for now. Pull you back over here. If we make this no longer a string, then we can just chuck it in there directly. And theoretically, this is an open source mod engine. Cool. Okay. Then let's make sure that that actually compares correctly. It should. Which is much nicer to use if we just chuck it in there and let the computer worry. Status effects, add a new F. Perfect. Ooh, that needs to be fixed though. We need to probably fix it on the other one too. So we set selected here. We in our deal. Can I get it with just doing that? Delete you so that we can create a new one. No. Sends a new event of the given type to this widget. It's a handle event. I think. Oh no. How would I do that nicely? Would I be able to just do this still? I'd have to do a new event. Not events. And then init, oops. And then that. In fact, I might need to do that instead for the init to work. Trying to remember all the digging around we did in the events code. Close, close. It did deselect. What if I send it? And then I don't do that. Select you, add new, give it a name. Close. But not quite. Why would that not be still passing up? I just have to... Do I have to just do that as well? Breaks the selection of this one again, though. I could do the other way around, I suppose. It'll work. It's kind of ugly, but it'll work. The other thing I think that I want to do Well, if I was to fire this down here, I don't think they've responded just yet. No, not yet. It'd be nice to clear the selection here as well. And I guess we could save the reference and just go through, do this. Oh, you know what else I should do? I should make sure that we haven't broken this again. And we haven't. Okay, perfect. Good, good, good. Because we don't delete the children like we used to. That was what was breaking that. The tricky part down here would be to be able to get the event over there. Which kind of leads me to the idea of just doing a clear selection type deal. Display frame and item frame, I think is what we called it. Then up here, effect list. That. And then we can do this. Item frame children. Just like this false. This needs to be this way now. Clear selections. Let's give that a shot. That part works. That doesn't, but that's to be expected because delete you real quick. Well, 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 I see you're typing some text into your IDE. You know, we do a little typing. How are you doing today, Ash? How was work? How was pretending to work? We can set selected ID and also clear selections. We don't need to do this here. We've already done that. We should actually do it here. Like so. I pretended to take a lot of meetings today. So far, no one has noticed. I love it. Okay. Let's give that a shot. That work. This work. That work. That work. Think we happy. Think we very happy. How stuff on your end of things? I mean, it's going. It's been kind of a slow weekend, you know, but it'd be like that. It's a holiday weekend, so people are kind of dragging their feet today, I think, on getting back to work. Holiday over this way, anyway. Okay, let's do a commit for this. Switch to a helper to clear selections so that we can use it in other places as well. And then we'll have to do the same thing. What is a mud game engine? Well, this is going to blow your mind, but it's a game engine that runs a mud game. The not server, but skills and attributes again, but specifically widget. We need to basically do the same thing. Let's actually just grab this, plunk you in here. This is now SW. This is SW. And then we can do same thing here. Clear selections there. And also yank that out of there. Put it into here. Whoop. Clear selections. Make sure. Yes, that's fine. See you tomorrow and go to sleep. Cool. Have a great night. We'll catch you. Well, I won't be here tomorrow, but right? It's Monday? Yeah, it's Monday. But we'll catch you later on for sure. And then up here, we need to do the same thing we did right here. When we create you, set selected is true. And I don't think we even want to do this. We want to just clear selections and then set selected to true. And we'll do the same thing over here as well if that works out like I suspect it should. So here, if we have something selected, we add a new, it clears for us. Save, it's selected, perfect. Everything happy. We'll do the same thing here. We'll do a separate commit though. Use helper deselect method in skills and ats as well. And then we'll come here, clear selections, and then just like so. Add a new perfect. Do a quick push here as well. Oops. There we go. Excellent. I feel much better about that. It's much more correct to do it that way, as opposed to deleting the children and recreating them and resetting them and all this other stuff we were doing before. Because I was mistaken about not being able to nest a maker inside a maker. Okay. So. Just looking at this unused toolbar name. Ah, and it's because, yeah, okay. Yeah, we just did that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We can delete that. Meow then. I am going to use the restroom really quick. And then we'll merge this and we'll start Rupin and Terran on getting message broker extracted, I think, into shared. So that we only have to maintain one. But yeah, be right back. There we go. All right. Double check on the world here. Looks good. All right, let's get this merged. Merge. Delete. Not that. And then new branch. There we go. All right, now. pull you out. Let the refactor the machine do its job. It says things were edited, but it doesn't. Not showing me what was. Let's just run it. If it works, it works. And I don't know if I want to tackle client just yet. Probably not. Because we need to do a bunch of work in client still. Right. Seems to be working. I want to double check. When I first launched that, whether or not it... Wrong one. Okay, yeah, nothing was selected. If I click on one over here, it it does select. Okay. We need to fix that. That's a bug. Missed that one. But that make sure everything's still happy. Yeah. I thought I would have to do more work with that. But I'll take the easy win for sure. We will just go ahead and merge and be done with that one. Tidy that up. Load them. That's fine. Did you pull? I thought I pulled. Yeah, okay. We need to fix fix clicking or fix active fix selected state on buttons not active. Just do a quick little bit of maintenance here on the old backlog. Oops. This is not that. Where did I put you? Thought I had a thing for this. Guess not. Okay, I won't worry about it then. Drag this over because that'll be our next real task. Oops, wrong place. Get in there. What? Oh, cow. There we go. Let's fix this up. Skills and attributes. In the widget. Actually, it's in item tile, I bet. Right here. If I'm active. Is that really going to be as easy as it is? Boop. Nope. Still gets picked. Should not get picked. Where would that be getting set? Actually, we can... This will tell us if it's getting triggered in here or someplace else. Should be the only place, I think, but... Oh, it might be in the on-click. Okay, that did fire. Fired a bunch of times. Why did it fire a bunch of times? Let's roll that back. We'll look up here as well. Set display. Ah. No. That shouldn't be. It has to be in the on-click. Change, not change. On-click. If I'm active, set the display frame, which will set the dealio. Otherwise, we just set you to handled. Ah. This should not be inside of there. Probably part of the problem. Might not be all of it. Wrong one. Okay, so we're still getting that behavior. But... Go back into item tile. Now that we're not registering a bunch of different clickers. No, it still fires a bunch of times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's odd. What if we did... Tell me... what your name is. That should give me a clue as to which thing is firing these events, and if they're all the same or not. Gone to the wrong one again. Item 0 on select firing. 6 times. Item 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Why would that be? Oh, I wonder if this fires... Well, no, it shouldn't fire when we do the clear selections. Because this sets state directly. Two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. None of those numbers make sense. But I guess technically this is kind of flawed anyway, because when we click on a thing, it gets set to active. What we really want is just to would this be firing already? Or still? When it's not active? It would seem that it shouldn't be, right? It's not. So that doesn't happen. So why? We set active there. Could save items. I don't think we need to defer this anymore. Actually, tidy that up. But call update there. Call update here. Play frame is W. This should just result in them all being set selected to false if it was firing, so it wouldn't matter. Why would that be? That can stay selected. I'm perfectly happy with that. I'm just not happy with this. I guess I could also do that, which would kind of help avoid needing to manage my own statey type things. Still works though. Oh, I put this inside of the styler. That might be a problem. Didn't mean to put it in there. These go in because they're statey. That's why it was kept. That's why it fired a bunch of times. Okay, doesn't fix a problem, which not surprising, right? Um, might help to understand better now. Now it's only firing one time. Shouldn't be, but at least it's firing only one time. Why are you active over there? When we toggle item frame, children, Set active to this. Item frame. This. It's getting set insofar as the styling is concerned, right? It does get restyled to be the flat looking one. Why would that be? When we do this should only fire when we're active. And that doesn't fire. So it can't be the on click. Just for funsies. Hmm. So that's always true when it gets selected. So why are you active? Let's actually do that. That should be fine. It should just give me a string. I don't care. Just all I want is a string. See something come out. Wrong one. This one. One, two, three. 0, 1, 2, 3, I should say. All true. Okay. Forgot to do a new line. Can I make you a nicer... No. Okay, whatever. Well, I'll put you janky, but I don't care. Just want to see what's going on. Why is it active or considered active? True, true, true. 0, 1, 2, all false. Zero, 1, 2, 3, all true. 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, all false. I should this might give me ideas about order of operations here that are might be in an order I'm not expecting. It's kind of what it feels like. So 0, 1, 2, 3, all true. Oh, these aren't set to false. Bet. Select fired because they all get set to true before that happens. Okay, so that is the case. Um we'd have to do that, but then would that be awkward? Because we used to be just passing it up. Hmm. Hmm. Let's just get rid of that. It's not doing us any good at all. Where's my on click? If you get clicked, we just set you to handled. Oh, that's a new, sorry. If I'm active, set it, otherwise handle it. Which is you. Where is... No on-click for you. But then what is... That shouldn't matter. But what's... oh, crap. It's the parent. That's what it is. Because this is just a widget. The parent is handling the coordination between the two. Oops. Rid of that. Over here in main. Toggle the active in our on click. What am I missing here? Could... So we pass you up if you're not active. But I guess we would do... that? Can we intercept you there? Stop you from going anywhere else? Because, this gets registered after. That's why. Because we add an on-click handler to it. So that's why it works order of operations. Yeah, no. We don't need anything like that. Keep it clean. And this is driven off the parent's active state. So if we set you handled, why would you get bubbled up? Is this also order of operations weird? That doesn't fire. Why? You, I just told you to keep it clean, dude. Have a timeout. Um, let's do that. It's active there already too, huh? Okay. Let's roll that back. Oh, doesn't need to be in there though. Do need to put you back out. So so let's think about the order of the handlers that get added here. Handle event gets popped in. It's not clear when they get added. Update you. Set your activity. I bet you it's because we call update that things get added. Like it gets rebuilt. Listeners maybe get reshuffled. That could be. But before you get clicked, why doesn't this? Because you can't hover them when they're disabled. Like it doesn't do anything unless it is, and we just can't tell because this gets styled. Let's test that theory. Where did we do that at? Header right here. I'm not active. Let's just get all of this out. Quick test. And see. Yeah, nothing. But you're still selectable. Put that back. Well, I can't do that. I guess the other thing I can do. We can set active, and we can also deselect anything that's selected, but that just seems silly to do, and we could just figure out why it's getting set still. The other okay. Let's find out if it's this or not. That's an interesting question. Okay, so yeah, it is definitely the click. We update you because you need to have your data struct. If we disable clickable, I think we tried that, but let's look at the inspector when we do this really quick. I don't think this is going to be. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. Why did clicking? Because we had to set up. Oh, I wonder if it's because we were deleting the children. I say clickable. Forgot to check that. Doesn't help me. Set display frame. Oh, we don't anymore set We do this if you are already the selected ID. Is this still the case if we do this? Wonder if clickable... Well, that shouldn't matter. Ah. What if clickable implies selectable? Well, it fixes the bug. So we're going to go with it. I'm a little foggy on why exactly, but events magic. We'll just write it off as that. Let's double check. Fix inactive panel allowing select events to set buttons or to style buttons as active. Push that up. Oh, no. Typo. Now we'll push that up. And let's do a merge. Do that. Little foot, I need to fix you. Little rubber footy foot. Keeps wiggling off. Okay. So our next task, got that tidied up. Let's go ahead and think here. Let's take a look. People showing Mud some love, gotta respect it. Hey, appreciate that. There are literally dozens of people who still know what they are. Okay, let's go look at server. And we want to look specifically at game manager and character manager and character. So, by our digits combined, we can count all of them, right? So, some of these can stay. Some of these are kind of placeholdery until we firm up how we want to do this. But, we're to call that message. I think that's part of why I did this way. Because this should be the responsibility of map, but we weren't sure how we wanted to handle that. This, yeah. So character manager has a list of active characters. We get set when we unstow a character or stow. So we get lots of load logic in here. This is for adding the effect to our list of valid effects, which is good. If we run everything through the character manager like that, we can start to think about validating that they are in the correct places and all that good stuff. How do I want to set this up to where the kind of ties into us needing to know how we want to handle this, the modules talking to and handling messages from game manager, because we can't have a cyclical import. And you don't know about game manager, which is good. Game manager knows about you, which is correct, because it handles logging in and logging out, and then tells you to unstow them and all that good stuff. It drives that. Is that the best decision? Hard to say. We'll find out. Handle command. So command handler interface needs to handle commands. Takes an interface. Right now, map is the only one. Action handlers handle type. And this is all in the command types package, which is in shared. I'm fine with that. This is tying into, or rather, our command parser is tied into this, so that we can have everything all here. Maybe the execution type. We have an action. Command is an interface. The map, I know how to handle a command type move. Which is correct. Handle command, if it's a move command, do stuff and also things. And move command lives in here. So I would need to Hey, that's me? Oh, did I say stuff and thing? I say stuff and things a lot. It is a thing, for sure. But also some stuff. I would have to put the command types into the shared package as well if I wanted to try to, like, make this a configured thing. It's hilarious, right? The funniest part is I didn't even realize I said it. Where do we use Minder? Minder shouldn't be running either in map. Okay, yes. Clean up entries. This should be tied into... Well, maybe. What does cleanup entries do? No, we're going to let map worry about this. This is its internal data for cooldown type things. Right? And we don't need to have game manager worried about that. That doesn't really need to be synchronized with the game state. It's just to keep you from spamming stuff. Skill checks and whatnot. So I'm quite happy to have that run async. Let's tidy this up real quick. Thinking about how I want to do the command parser and if we can load commands from a file or not. From a file or not. I don't think that's the correct answer. Because I don't know how I would encode the parameters of it. Because this needs a character, not just an ID. It needs to be a character object and a direction object, specifically a cardinal direction for now. Picnic? I mean, that will happen. So I'm reasonably happy to have it stay in here. Well, apparently Twitch fell over again. Twitch is having all kinds of trouble today. That's really annoying. I haven't dropped that many frames in OBS. Look at... That doesn't give me a lot of history. Yeah. Anywho. The other thing we can do is we could just put everything in and say, hey, look, we're hard-coded, the handlers are hard-coded until we know more about what we want to build. Could do that. We could also just say, for now, that a command handler also needs to be able to handle game tick. And then you that kind of opens the door for a couple things. We did that. Oh my gosh, I can't type at all. That'll just make it implement that interface. And then later we can do things with the game tick as appropriate. Yeah, I think I like that plan. It's a good idea, regardless of how we register these things. Well, in this case, we'd have to also implement the interface here, but that's probably fine in the manager. Execute actions. Action list, which is just an action. Let's do handle action. You just do that. And then over here, we need to fix that to match. Oh, then we'd have to, okay, I see. We have to do that. Oops, what? That. Except for you're in we'd have to double type assert. Right. Can I do that? No, I can't do that. That's probably why I did this way. Why do I return a list of... Oh, you know what? I can't do this anyway. Put this back. Because I need the game manager level to still have this thing um deciding it's async or not. Because ultimately, game manager should be... Well, no, that's not true. Or is it? Let's think. Yeah, because otherwise everything has to know where to get stuff. But if we put that all into game manager, then we don't have that same issue. You having trouble again, Twitch? I don't know why you're having troubles today. Okay, anywho. Because this only runs when we're doing synchronous actions. What's my Twitch? Mongoose Studios. It should be in the about. Prefer to lurk around there? Yeah, no worries. It should be in the about section of my stream. But can also get you a linky link. There it is. Welcome to lurk wherever you prefer. Love me some lurkers. Can we just get rid of this? It's messy. Yeah. Yeah, I was... Yeah, no worries. Appreciate you. Just randomly got this recommended on YouTube. Nice. I'll take it, you know. Anyway, any way people arrive here that want to see this kind of thing is good in my book. Additional actions. Design the stuff and things. Well, I certainly appreciate the follow. Crouching goat. Crouching goat, hidden pig? Cow? Oh, and a sub too? That's very nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Got to support the mudding community, right? A dying breed for sure. Yeah, that's kind of what inspired this idea, was that a lot of the stuff I was seeing was like really old. And I was like, it just sounds like a lot of fun to dip my toes into the game engine world by writing a simple game engine. In simple, relative terms, it's a ton of work. Um, but something simple and modern seemed like a fun project. I'm deeply unhappy with this as an approach. Solid place to start unless you want to jump right into a game engine. I mean, I've played with them before, and I enjoy playing with them, but I don't want to write my own like 3D general purpose game engine. Really, that's not on my radar. I could just like go make a game, but there's a lot of other skills involved in that I don't have yet, and I would have to acquire. So it would be a thing. And once this is done, I'm not ruling that out in any means. Um, but this is just one of those projects that when I thought about it, it stuck in my head, and I kept thinking that would be really cool. It'd be fun to do, and then I just had to. Well, I'm glad. I really enjoy working on it. And it's actually given me a lot of insight into why things are the way they are in those other game engines. Because I've played with Unity a little bit, I've played with Unreal a little bit more, and I've played with Godot some. And it's given me a lot of insight into the different ways that they have solved problems because I encounter those problems myself. And I'm like, oh, that's why everything is a freaking signal in Godot. Because how else do you get data where it has to be, right? Without making a mess. So that's been a really cool insight. So we're just debug logging that. Ah, that's why. Okay, that's why we return a list, because if there's any additional fallout actions from it, we would do that. And we do that to avoid circular dependencies. But I don't love that. Which kind of argues for a message bus. But that comes with its own sort of mess. I think we'll stick with this for now and see if this becomes a thing that we need to care about. And we have a queue action here. Problem being, character manager lives in the character package. So how would character manager queue an action without a message bus? Crap. These things kind of need to be able to talk back to the manager. character manager just lives in the character package. It didn't really make sense to split them up. So ultimately, I guess if we did just a bus to talk to game manager that anybody could use, we could still have game manager reach out and use handle action or handle game tick as appropriate. And that would kind of argue for some kind of a independent system that launches these modules as like a Go module, just a Go run type deal, right? Which would make it more extendable. I was hoping to not dive into that just yet, but thinking about this, it really starts to become a better idea almost. How else would we do this to where I guess game manager could reach out and then things would have to queue their own actions until game manager was to collect them. Because for instance, if a character dies, it needs to tell game manager, hey, I'm dead. Do things with me, like put me in where, the underworld or corpse mode or whatever we decide to do there. And then if like everything reaches out on that message bus, well, how do we get into the message bus though? How do we register ourselves with it? That would argue for either a full message bus, which my main problem with that idea is keeping things in sync again, because then we have async happening. That's why I was using this function call method. I guess do tick. Maybe do game tick is how we tie that in. So we say handle game tick returns a list of command types action. This has been a good lurk, but I have the need for sleep. Rock on, man. Have yourself a wonderful evening, and we'll catch you online somewheres or next week or at Friday, end of the week. kind of like that even more. How do we then, so as we're going through, we say, great, do your game tick actions. How do we then insert whether or not this stuff happens, what order it happens in, right? We'd have to have like a priority system, because let's say I say do game tick, that results in a character being dead. At the same time, they had sent an attack, let's say. That attack would then error because they're dead, but only if I apply that to them. So maybe, well, maybe everything just has to check, right? I mean, if it, well, if they queued the attack and they died in the tick, like to a dot, let's say, then whatever handles combat would have to verify everybody's alive. So let's let that seems like a bad plan. We'd have to handle the fallout of everything first. Which would almost like argue for us to do it after we process everything. Timing could still get weird though. Which kind of just argues for like a combat manager or something that can, query the character and be like, hey, you live, bro? Same with like move, right? Map would have to check. Or we could flip that on its head. We would have to then do, we'd have to have character managing its own state in some way, shape, or form. Right now, map manages movement, but that's tricky. Very, very tricky. We would have to do our events would have to be more complicated if we did that. We'd have to track like the origin or something like that. I think that the correct answer is just to crunch through the events and have everything that has to do with something that could be affected by state just needs to ensure that the state is that you're allowed to do the thing. And we just do our game tick stuff first. This is I think why a lot of game engines do stuff like on the server tick, right? And then there's like there's a time delta that you can get to apply things in that way. And then there's also like Godot has multiple different types of ticks, right? Probably for this exact reason. These sort of problems. Because the other thing is like, so if we run character ticks every time the server runs, right now it's limited like 2 FPS, which I'm not happy with that code anyway, but we should also probably kick that up a little bit just to allow for graceful degradation. But the um if you fire twice a second, things aren't actually going to tick that often. So there's no reason to go through every single character twice a second. So maybe I'm actually in the right neighborhood to have these things split out into each specific character, because it doesn't matter how often they run. What matters is that they are current. And this is all server side, so there's no concerns there. Um and then they do things in their own time, and if they're dead, then they're dead, and they tell the server, "Hey, I'm dead." And you just can't do anything, right? And that pushes those responsibilities out into the individual objects. I think I like that better. I think that's a better answer overall. Um, so this is a to don't. That doesn't strictly fix our problem of needing to be able to do stuff. To tell the game manager about stuff. That's still a tricky, sticky wicket. But let's take that out. Let's take this out. Let's actually just restore that. Take us back. Chuck it all. We're just kind of experimenting and thinking and noodling. Um, Still want Game Manager to be the arbiter of events happening. That is still true. And in order to await a resolution, we'd have to like register a callback or something, and that would be kind of messy and ugly and awful. The still it to don't. Um, but our interface for a command handler, get handlers, handle command, that's still valid. And we don't care about the command that comes in. We just let the handlers tell us what they can handle. And we match on that. And we only allow for one. For right, meow anyway. How do we get these things to register themselves? So right now we have to reach out and call them. It really shouldn't be get handlers because it is a handler. We just kind of roughed this in to get it working and then moved on because we were avoiding this very tricky problem. What launches things like a character manager? Is that in main? I don't want that. I want oh, this is in tests, right. It is main. Okay, main launches these guys. That makes sense. It would need to launch Game Manager first, and then launch this stuff. Which is fine. I don't think I can take Like if I can get a message bus into the launch argument in some way, shape, or form, then they could register themselves with the manager, and then it would call them as long as they satisfy the interface. How would it know it satisfies the interface? That's a problem. It won't. Um, that's tricky. We'd have to have like a extra thing, right? Some kind of external message bus, which I don't want. It's circular dependency problem is it tricky and I guess we could, if we create a game manager first, we could give it like an anonymous function that just says, hey, this is the thing that you do to queue actions. That could be a thing. And then it doesn't need to import the manager, so there's no circular dependencies. And then we just need a command that is to register or something. Other things we could do is we could use the message bus idea. And then you'd have to do, we'd have to track the state of waiting for responses or confirmations from them to know that our modules have done their ticks or whatever we told them to do, get the result back, right? The other thing is just we could YOLO it and just say, hey, look, fire off the events as they come in. I don't think I like that. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Um, I guess the other thing that we could do is we could just say the managers aren't allowed to import game manager. Managers are siblings, so they can import one another. No, we still want all the events to fly through game manager. The their children packages could then import game manager. So like character, if we broke character and character manager apart, then character would be able to import game manager, and the character objects could talk and send events and whatnot. That breaks down with things that don't have some kind of a subordinate, or wouldn't have some kind of a subordinate thing, right? Love the actually writing code tag. Too many people in this section just talk. Well, bad news. I'm just talking right now as I kind of work through a plan. Something like a combat manager, if we had one of those, which I don't know if we will or not. I don't know if it makes sense yet, but that wouldn't have any kind of subordinate object. Same as a map. The map having subordinate map packages for maps just wouldn't make any sense. And then a map, how would a map send anything back? So that idea is kind of out. I think it just has to be message bus for messages to the game manager. That really just makes the most sense. But then it doesn't know who. I guess it's an interface. That's the essence of coding, I fear. I meant they just talk about the coffee they had for breakfast. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I get you. Let's see here. I guess as long as they are an interface, they could pass a pointer to themselves that says, hey, slot me in here. And then game manager calls the Git handlers, which is a poorly named thing, but we can type assert the thing we get as long as it's an interface. So as long as you type assert out to be a command handler, that we can get the information out of you, and we know how to dispatch stuff to you. That would get rid of our extra actions idea. Things would just get queued in. That would not take care of the idea right now where, right now, as soon as we commit to executing actions, we're locked. Until the next time we execute, which maybe that's fine. Because as it is right now, we append them. So they'd still get ended. They'd still get added at the end. This would just allow us to. I don't know why I did this way. This is silly. So the only difference would be, a server tick before these things get fired. As long as things like frequency of actions are guarded by something, which right now they really aren't. As long as we do that, I think that might be okay. We just need to make sure that this channel is, well, I guess if the channel was to fill up, then things would just slow down, which would be, they'd block until they could add things, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It just adds them to the queue anyway, so it doesn't, we want to batch them or something. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see here. When we create you, we just give you a config and a database connection. That makes sense. Where do you get your game map? You're in the config. Right. Yes. Okay. Okay. So let's open a branch. Let's start noodling on this. Do that real quick. Thank you. Fix game manager module registration. Pop that off. Okay. That's fine. Just tidy that up. We'll go into main here. And we'll move the... Ooh, we gotta move this carefully. First things first, game manager, the object, needs a message bus. And you are not shared. You're a message broker.broker. And when we create you, let's also take out... Or do we want to leave those? We want to leave those. Because we really need to have those things for this to be a game. If we do that, though, we have to nil check everything. But that might be okay. We can just go through our like a core modules and call them manually to register themselves when we come up. That sort of sidesteps that. We still need the message broker either way. So here in new manager config, do we have in our config? No, we don't. Okay. Map, character manager, message broker. And then we can pull out message bus is the broker. Nope, sorry, config dot message broker. In our run, we don't even want to do that though. There's really nothing that should ever stop game manager. Except for server shutdown. Which is currently nothing. We'd have to do just think about if we put this in the same run loop or not. Do we block on executing actions? That kind of comes into it too. Would that feel like laggy or and bad? Or can we just like, jump in there and lock the queue, add the thing, jump back out, and then, whoever gets it gets it. Whether that's to execute the next one or to queue the next one, right? I think that probably keeps us most performant because as things are happening, like we just keep processing until we run out and then we're done with that. Then we can worry about sleeping or not until the next time it's time to process. But if we do that, then we could like, if we had a lot of writes happening at the same time while we're trying to execute, we might end up slow because we're locking and unlocking. And I think Hmm. It's probably easier to break them apart again than it is to combine them later. So if it becomes an issue, we can break them apart. Or we could consider like, rotating. So there's like a hot queue in one we're pulling out of or something like that. Let's just try to do it all in one. So that means we'll have to rewrite this, which is fine. I'm not super happy with this anyway. Let's actually just do that. So we'll need a for loop for forever. Let's do fine, I guess. Or actually, we could even do frame count. And do it that way instead of doing time. Frame start. And then in here, would we select? I think we would select. We'd say case. A message comes in on the bus. We need to define that. Then we would lock the actions. Add action. Ooh, does this already lock for us? It does. Cool. So I can do that. That. But. Oh, right. I need to, in here, it's all well and good to have the broker. We'll need that. Well, will we? We're not dispatching any. What if that's just a subscriber channel? And then when we create you, get command handlers. Right, okay, yeah. We need to message brokers. We need a couple constants here. We'll do broker name. We'll actually export that. Game manager. Broker channel. Can be game manager for now too. I roamed the jungles, built a campfire in search of civilization. I spent my days looking to the sky in search of hope. But finally, I reestablished contact with society. Hello, world. It's been a hot second. How did your install go? We subscribe. Broker name. Broker channel. Message bus is that except for oh, right, this needs to be a pointer. Wait, no. This needs to be not a pointer. I have conquered Linux. Excellent. I thought you were doing Nix though. That's a different creature. Here, then we can do message bus. But we need to also type assert that data is what do we need to feed you? Action queue, command types action. This needs to be action okay. If it's okay, then we add you, but you're not message. Action like so. And then we need to, let's have a const up here as well. Let's get rid of tick time. So we're not even using it. Const of frame limit. And right now, let's just say 60. So that's the first case. The other case is we need to figure out we don't want to do that. We want to do this first. We just want to do I don't think we want to do this all in the same one though. Maybe frame count goes outside. Maybe that's all there is for this step. And then if the length of actions is greater than 0, do we want to do just one action per loop? Had sticks him on the end, so probably. And we need to pull basically all of this up. Then here, we'd lock you. Or we could do New question, what's the point of a select with only one case? Can't we just read from the channel? If there's nothing in the channel, it would block if we didn't have a select. We don't want it to block. And I'm also not quite sure how I want to do this. It's also possible I might move this up into select as well to say case if the action list is greater than 0. To think about this. Boy, that looks like a storm is on the way. Or some rain at the very least. Thinking about how I want to pull, how I want to DQ these, right? Because currently, well, currently everything's broken, but before I went through the whole list in a chunk. But if we're trying not to block, but also I don't want to run into issues. I could give this a helper to DQ it and then immediately unlock it. That might be the thing. And then we're in the process of processing. That's probably okay. So let me leave myself a note here because we're getting close to we're past 4. To do add helper to the action handler to DQ an action. Process an action. We might want to do actions before we queue a thing. It might not even matter, too. Each loop and then we hit frame limit sleep. And frame limit might be a silly idea, but reset frame start and count on second tick over. Might be fine. But that does take us past 4 o'clock, which means I've been going for more than 4 hours and my camera has gone all blurry. But that's fine. Normally I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. There, you fixed it. Starting on Friday and ending today. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up around right now, but 4 hours ago, wherever you are in the world on Friday, and I should be doing more of it. And we should probably be getting into some nitty gritty of this because we've kind of got a loose plan together, or our best guess at one. So thanks to everybody who came and hung out. We had some great chats. It was a good time. I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great week anyway, and we'll see you some other time maybe. Thanks again, everybody.